Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. Every morning the newspaper landed precisely on the front steps, a ritual as reliable as sunrise. I began noticing, though, a peculiar disruption in the routine. Some mornings the paper seemed slightly damp, as if it had been left out longer than usual. Other times a page was unfolded, its edges crumpled as if hastily returned to order. Yesterday an article was missing, neatly torn away with deliberate care. Today, no paper arrived at all. As I stood on the porch, I couldn't help but notice the quietness stretching unnaturally, like something vital had been removed. The mailbox across the street catches my attention now, its red flag raised like a signal. I've seen that flag in the same position for 3 days running, though the postal carrier makes his rounds each afternoon. The metal container sits at an odd angle, as if someone had bumped it and never bothered to straighten it properly. From this distance, I can make out what appears to be white envelopes pressed against the small window, their edges visible through the scratched plastic. The sight triggers a memory of watching my neighbor retrieve mail at unusual hours, always glancing over her shoulder before opening the box. The sound of footsteps on gravel pulls me from this observation. They approach with measured precision, neither hurried nor casual, creating a rhythm that seems deliberately controlled. Each step lands with the same weight, the same interval of silence between impacts. I recognize this pattern, though I cannot immediately place where I've heard it before. The footsteps pause just beyond my line of sight, lingering near the corner where the sidewalk meets the driveway. When they resume, they've changed direction, moving away with the same calculated cadence. A coffee cup sits abandoned on my kitchen windowsill, its contents long since cold. The ceramic bears a faint lipstick stain along the rim, though I wear no makeup and live alone. The liquid inside has developed a thin film across its surface, suggesting it's been sitting undisturbed for hours. I lift the cup to examine it more closely, noting the particular shade of the stain, a deep burgundy that catches the light strangely. The handle feels warm despite the cold contents, as if someone had been holding it recently. The photograph on my mantelpiece has shifted slightly from its usual position. The silver frame now angles toward the window rather than facing the center of the room. In the image, two figures stand beside a lake, their faces clear and smiling. One of them resembles someone I might have known once, though the memory feels distant and uncertain. The glass covering the photograph shows fingerprints that don't match my own smaller, more delicate impressions near the corners where someone might have adjusted its position. A key lies on the entrance table, brass and unfamiliar. Its teeth are worn smooth in places, suggesting frequent use, yet I cannot recall placing it there. The metal feels heavier than it should for its size, and it carries the faint scent of machine oil. Attached to it is a small tag with numbers written in pencil, the digits partially smudged but still legible. The handwriting appears rushed, as if noted quickly during an urgent moment. The telephone in the hallway rings at precisely the same time each evening, 3 sharp bursts followed by silence. When I answer, the line carries only the subtle hum of an open connection, occasionally punctuated by what might be breathing or the rustle of fabric. The calls began shortly after the newspaper disruption started, though I initially dismissed this as coincidence. Last night I heard what sounded like traffic in the background, suggesting the caller was positioned near a busy street. My bedroom window overlooks the alley where trash bins line up each collection day. Recently, I've noticed one particular container remains untouched by the sanitation crew, though it sits among the others in perfect alignment. The bin belongs to the house with the crooked mailbox, and its lid stays slightly ajar regardless of weather conditions. Through the gap, I can glimpse what appears to be carefully folded papers rather than typical household waste. The scent of cigarette smoke drifts through my ventilation system at irregular intervals, though none of my immediate neighbors smoke. The smell carries a distinctive quality, not the harsh bite of cheap tobacco, but something smoother, more refined. It arrives without warning and dissipates just as suddenly, leaving me questioning whether I actually detected it. The timing seems connected to the mysterious footsteps, appearing shortly after I hear that measured walking pattern. A business card has appeared in my coat pocket, though I have no memory of receiving it. The paper stock feels expensive, with raised lettering that catches under my fingernail. The card advertises services I don't recognize, with a phone number that includes an area code from somewhere distant. When I called the number, a recorded message played in reverse, the words unintelligible but somehow familiar in their rhythm and tone. The lock on my back door shows fresh scratches around the keyhole, tiny metal shavings that glint in the afternoon light. The marks form a pattern consistent with lock-picking tools, though the door remains secure and nothing appears missing from inside. I run my finger along the scratches, feeling their sharp edges against my skin. The damage is recent, the exposed metal not yet dulled by weather or time. A journal sits open on my desk, filled with handwriting that closely resembles my own but contains entries I don't remember making. The ink appears fresh, the pages crisp and unwrinkled. The entries describe daily activities and observations, but they include details that don't align with my actual experiences. One passage mentions conversations with people I've never met, while another describes visiting locations I've never seen. The mirror in my bathroom reflects an image that sometimes seems delayed, as if the glass were showing events from moments before rather than the present. I notice this lag particularly in the morning when I brush my teeth or comb my hair. My reflection appears to complete actions slightly after I finish them, creating a disorienting sense of temporal displacement. The mirror's surface shows no obvious defects, no waves or distortions that might explain this phenomenon. A receipt tucked between couch cushions details a purchase I didn't make at a store I've never visited. The items listed include supplies that seem chosen for a specific purpose: rope, plastic sheeting, industrial cleaner. The timestamp indicates the transaction occurred during hours when I was definitely at home, yet the receipt bears the impression of my credit card. The cashier's initials at the bottom match no one I recognize. The basement stairs creak in a specific sequence when someone descends them, a musical pattern of groans and squeaks unique to each step. I've memorized this sequence from my own trips below, yet sometimes I hear the pattern playing when I'm nowhere near the staircase. The sounds come from within the walls, as if someone were moving through a parallel set of stairs that mirror my own. A prescription bottle on my medicine cabinet shelf contains pills I don't recognize, labeled with my name and a doctor I've never consulted. The medication name is partially obscured by a water stain, making it impossible to research its purpose. The pills themselves are small and white, unmarked by any identifying numbers or letters. The prescription date suggests I should be nearly finished with the bottle, though I have no memory of taking any. The garage door opener activates randomly throughout the night, its motor grinding to life before stopping mid-cycle. The door never completes its movement, remaining partially open like a mouth caught mid-sentence. During these episodes, I hear the faint sound of footsteps on concrete, followed by the soft click of the manual release being engaged. By morning, the door is always properly closed, showing no sign of the nocturnal disturbances. A library book on my nightstand bears a due date stamp, though I haven't visited the library in months. The volume discusses memory disorders and their effects on perception and reality. Several passages are highlighted in yellow, marked by someone with detailed knowledge of the subject matter. The margins contain handwritten notes in that same familiar script from the mysterious journal. The thermostat in my hallway registers temperatures that don't match what I feel in the room. While the digital display shows a comfortable setting, the air carries an unusual chill that seems to emanate from specific corners rather than the overall space. The cold spots move throughout the day, appearing near doorways in the morning and shifting toward windows by evening. The heating system runs constantly, though it provides no relief from these localized temperature drops. A parking ticket tucked under my windshield wiper cites a violation in a part of town I rarely visit. The timestamp corresponds to an afternoon when I distinctly remember being at home, working in my garden. The citation includes a photograph of my vehicle in the allegedly illegal parking space, though the image quality makes it difficult to confirm the license plate numbers. The background shows storefronts and street signs I don't recognize. The water pressure in my kitchen sink varies dramatically without explanation, sometimes flowing in weak trickles and other times gushing with surprising force. The changes seem to correspond with activities happening elsewhere in the house, as if someone were simultaneously using fixtures I cannot see. The hot water heater runs frequently, its rumbling echoing through the walls at odd hours when I haven't used any heated water. A shopping list written in my handwriting includes items I would never purchase, foods I actively dislike, and products for tasks I don't perform. The paper shows creases suggesting it was carried in a pocket and consulted multiple times. Several items are crossed off with a different pen, implying the list was actually used during a shopping trip. The remaining items cluster around a theme I find disturbing but cannot quite articulate. The doorbell chimes at moments when no one stands on the porch, its two-note melody echoing through empty rooms. The timing seems intentionally chosen to interrupt specific activities, phone calls, meals, moments of quiet concentration. When I check the door immediately after hearing the chime, I find no evidence of visitors, no footprints on the welcome mat, no disturbance of the potted plants flanking the entrance. A calendar on my kitchen wall shows appointments written in pencil, meetings and obligations I don't remember scheduling. The handwriting matches my own, but the activities described involve people and places that exist at the edges of my memory, familiar enough to seem real but distant enough to create doubt. Some appointments are marked as completed, checked off with small, precise marks that suggest satisfaction with accomplished tasks. The television in my living room occasionally displays programs I didn't select, channels that don't appear in my cable lineup, shows that seem to address my specific situation with uncomfortable accuracy. The remote control rests exactly where I left it, its batteries functional, its buttons responsive to my commands. Yet the unauthorized programming continues, appearing during moments when I'm distracted by other activities. A set of house keys hangs on a hook by the back door, identical to my own but carrying scratches and wear patterns that don't match my usage. The keys fit all the same locks, turning smoothly in each mechanism, but they feel different in my hand, lighter somehow, as if made from a slightly different alloy. The key ring bears a small charm I don't remember adding, a tiny metal symbol whose meaning escapes me. The floorboards in my hallway show indentations from furniture that was never there, permanent impressions in the wood grain that suggest heavy objects once rested in specific locations. The patterns indicate systematic arrangement, a deliberate organization of space that doesn't correspond to any layout I've used. When I press my foot into these indentations, they seem to accommodate my weight as if expecting the pressure. A coffee shop receipt in my wallet details an order I didn't place, a complex combination of modifications and special requests that reflects intimate knowledge of my preferences. The barista's name is printed at the bottom, someone I feel I should recognize but cannot quite place. The timestamp indicates a morning when I distinctly remember making coffee at home, yet the receipt exists as tangible proof of an alternative experience. The final element that captures my attention is a single red thread caught on the rough edge of my front door frame, positioned at exactly my shoulder height. The fiber is synthetic, bright and new, belonging to no garment in my wardrobe. It moves slightly in the breeze created by my breathing, a tiny flag marking something significant that I cannot yet understand. As I reach to remove it, I notice my hand is trembling, though I feel perfectly calm. Story 2. I stood motionless beside the old radiator, its cold metal surface an odd comfort in the shadowed room. The air was still, pressed thickly around me, while a distant patter persisted, a sound neither loud nor fading. Every creak of the floorboard seemed to murmur secrets I wasn't meant to hear, the shadows leaning closer as if whispering a warning. Was it the lack of wind, the absence of an expected breeze that held me in place? The air crackled with anticipation, and my eyes caught a glint of drip pooling on the floor that hadn't been there before. The water came from upstairs, that much I knew for certain. The ceiling had been leaking for weeks, ever since the storm damaged the roof. I'd called the landlord 3 times about it, left messages that went unreturned. The stain above had grown from a small discoloration to an ugly brown blotch that spread like spilled coffee across the white paint. I remember climbing the narrow staircase that morning, my hand sliding along the worn banister. The wood felt smooth under my palm, polished by decades of use. At the top, I turned the brass knob of the bathroom door. It opened with a gentle click, revealing the source of my problem. The bathtub faucet dripped steadily, each drop landing with a metallic ping against the porcelain. The overflow drain had backed up again, sending water trickling down through the floor joints. I grabbed my toolbox from the hall closet and set to work. The wrench felt familiar in my grip as I tightened the faucet connection. The dripping slowed, then stopped entirely. I mopped up the excess water with an old towel, wringing it out in the sink. The whole repair took maybe 20 minutes, simple maintenance, nothing more. But standing here now, watching that fresh puddle form on the floor below, something doesn't align. The water droplet catches the dim light filtering through the curtains, creating tiny rainbows on its surface. I lean down and touch it with my fingertip. It's warm. The temperature shouldn't matter, yet it does. Cold water from a leaky pipe, that's what I fixed upstairs. This warmth suggests something else entirely. I press my palm against the floorboard where the water pools. The wood feels soft, almost spongy, as if it's been saturated for much longer than a few weeks. My memory shifts like sand. I see myself climbing those stairs again, but this time my legs feel heavy, reluctant. The banister seems higher than before, forcing me to reach up at an awkward angle. When I arrive at the bathroom door, the brass knob won't turn. I twist harder, my knuckles whitening with effort, until finally it gives way with a grinding sound. Inside, the scene is different. The bathtub isn't just dripping, it's overflowing. Water cascades over the rim in steady sheets, flooding the tile floor, but the faucet isn't running. The water seems to emerge from nowhere, rising from the drain itself as if pushed up from some underground source. I wade through the ankle-deep flood, my shoes squelching with each step. The water is cloudy, tinged with something that makes my stomach turn. I reach for the drain stopper, but when I plunge my hand into the murky water, I touch something that definitely isn't metal. Something soft and yielding that jerks away from my fingers. No, that can't be right. I shake my head, trying to clear the confusion. The radiator's cold metal anchors me to the present moment. I'm downstairs, watching water drip through the ceiling. I fixed a simple leak. The repair worked. The water I'm seeing now must be residual, the last remnants working their way through the old wood and plaster. Yet my hands won't stop trembling. The sound of that distant patter grows more insistent. It's not the rhythmic drip, drip, drip of a leaky faucet. It's more like footsteps, bare feet slapping against wet tile. I crane my neck toward the ceiling, listening intently. The house is old, full of settling noises and phantom sounds. Pipes knock, wood expands and contracts, small creatures scurry through the walls. Every homeowner knows these sounds. But I also know the difference between a house settling and someone moving around upstairs. I call out, my voice echoing in the stillness. No response. The pattering continues for a few more seconds, then stops abruptly. The silence that follows feels heavier than before, pregnant with expectation. I count my heartbeats, 1, 2, 3, 4. On the fifth beat, a single drop falls from the ceiling, landing in the puddle with a soft plop. The ripples spread outward in perfect concentric circles. I should go back upstairs and check my work. Maybe the connection loosened, or perhaps there's another leak I missed. The logical part of my mind insists this is the only reasonable explanation, but my feet refuse to move toward the staircase. Instead, I find myself backing away from the puddle, pressing my shoulders against the wall. The plaster feels damp against my shirt. In this new memory, or is it a memory, I never went upstairs at all. I've been standing here by the radiator for hours, watching the water drip, paralyzed by something I can't name. The toolbox sits unopened in the hall closet. The brass knob upstairs remains unturned, and whatever is causing the leak continues its patient work, sending warm water down through the ceiling, one drop at a time. My reflection stares back at me from the surface of the puddle, but the face I see doesn't look like mine. The features are similar, but the expression is all wrong, too calm, too knowing. The mouth curves in a slight smile that I'm definitely not making. I blink hard and look again. Now I see only ripples, disturbed by another falling drop. The air in the room grows thicker, almost viscous. Each breath requires effort, as if I'm inhaling through wet cloth. The shadows creep closer, and I notice that the light coming through the curtains has changed. Earlier, it was the pale yellow of morning sun. Now it carries the deeper amber tones of late afternoon. How long have I been standing here? I check my watch, but the face is fogged with condensation. The hands might be pointing to 2:30 or 8:15 or any position in between. Time feels elastic, unreliable. I try to remember what I had for breakfast, what I was doing before I noticed the lake, whether I spoke to anyone today. The memories slip away like water through cupped hands. Upstairs, something heavy slides across the floor. This time I'm certain. The sound is unmistakable, a deliberate dragging motion from the bathroom toward the bedroom. I picture furniture being rearranged, or perhaps a large box being moved, but I don't remember leaving anything heavy up there. The bathroom contains only the usual fixtures and a small wicker hamper. The bedroom holds a bed, a dresser, and a reading chair. Nothing that would make that particular sound. Unless someone else is in the house. The thought arrives with crystalline clarity, cutting through my confusion like a blade. Of course, that's the missing piece. I'm not alone here. Someone came in while I was distracted by the leak, climbed the stairs while my back was turned. They're up there now, moving around, perhaps searching for valuables or simply exploring. I should call the police. I should grab a weapon. I should do something other than stand here watching water drip onto the floor. But another possibility whispers at the edge of my consciousness. What if the person upstairs isn't an intruder? What if they belong here more than I do? What if I'm the one who shouldn't be in this house, standing beside this radiator, watching this water pool on floorboards that creak with secrets I'm not meant to hear? The dripping stops. In the sudden silence, I hear my own breathing, ragged and too fast. The puddle at my feet has grown to the size of a dinner plate, its edges reaching toward the baseboards, but no new drops fall from the ceiling. The repair worked just as I thought it would. Or maybe whoever was upstairs has finished what they were doing. I force myself to take a step toward the staircase. My legs feel unsteady, as if I've been standing still for so long that movement has become foreign. The floorboard creaks under my weight, the sound unnaturally loud in a quiet house. I place my hand on the banister and begin to climb. Each step brings a new sensation. The wood grain under my palm seems more pronounced than before, full of tiny ridges and valleys that catch at my skin. The air grows warmer as I ascend, carrying scents I can't quite identify. Something floral, but underneath that something else. Something organic and cloying that makes my throat tighten. At the top of the stairs, I pause. The bathroom door stands ajar, revealing a slice of white tile and chrome fixtures. Everything looks normal, exactly as I left it after completing the repair. The bathtub is empty and dry. The faucet doesn't drip. The floor shows no signs of flooding. Yet I can still smell that underlying odor, stronger now, emanating from somewhere beyond the partially open door. I push the door wider and step inside. The room is exactly as I remember, small, clean, functional. The mirror above the sink reflects my face, and this time the expression matches what I'm feeling, confused, frightened, uncertain about what's real and what isn't. But in the reflection, I notice something I missed when looking directly at the room. The shower curtain, which should be pushed to one side, hangs straight across the bathtub. Its plastic surface bulges slightly outward, as if something behind it is pressing against the material. I reach for the curtain with a hand that no longer feels like my own. The plastic is warm and slightly sticky. As I pull it aside, I brace myself for whatever I might find. The bathtub is empty. Of course it is. What did I expect? The repair was successful. The leak has stopped. The house is quiet and normal, just as it should be. I'm letting my imagination run wild, creating mysteries where none exist. But as I turn to leave, I catch sight of the drain. The metal cover sits slightly askew, as if it's been disturbed recently. And there, caught on one of the drain's cross-hatched openings, is something that definitely doesn't belong. A single strand of hair, dark and wet, curled like a question mark. I kneel beside the tub, my knees pressing against the cold porcelain. The hair is longer than mine, finer in texture. It moves slightly in an air current I can't feel, waving like seaweed in an invisible tide. When I reach out to touch it, my finger comes away damp. The smell grows stronger. I stand up too quickly and the room tilts around me. The walls seem to breathe, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that doesn't match my own pulse. In the mirror, my reflection wavers like a mirage, and for just a moment I see someone else standing behind me. A figure with wet hair and knowing eyes, mouth open as if trying to speak. When I spin around, the bathroom is empty. I stumble back downstairs, my hand gripping the banister so tightly that splinters bite into my palm. The puddle on the floor has vanished, leaving only a faint water stain on the wood. The radiator stands cold and silent against the wall. The shadows have retreated to their proper places, and the air moves freely through the room. Everything is as it should be. except for the certainty growing in my chest that nothing is as it should be, that I've been standing in this room not for minutes or hours, but for days, that the repair I remember making never happened, or happened to someone else, or will happen in a future I may never see. The house settles around me with a sound like a sigh, and I realize that I may never leave this spot beside the radiator, that I may be doomed to watch water drip from a ceiling that may or may not be leaking, while upstairs, someone who may or may not exist moves through rooms that may or may not be real. The only thing I know for certain is the cold metal against my palm and the growing conviction that certainty itself is just another kind of leak slowly draining away until nothing remains but questions and the echo of footsteps in empty rooms. Story 3. The quiet hours. The soft hum of the refrigerator was the only thing breaking the early morning stillness in the kitchen. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting striped patterns on the linoleum floor. As I poured a glass of cold water, a creaking sound came from the hallway, oddly persistent, like footsteps paused mid-stride. I hesitated, peering into the hallway where nothing moved, yet the overhead light flickered once, and the air felt strangely dense, as if holding its breath. I set the glass down harder than intended, the sound echoing through the empty house. The silence that followed felt different somehow, pregnant with something I couldn't name. My fingers traced the edge of the counter, finding comfort in its familiar coolness while my mind wandered to the phone call I'd received 3 days earlier. A voice I barely recognized, trembling and distant, asking if I remembered the summer when everything changed. The caller had hung up before I could respond, leaving me with nothing but a dial tone and the uncomfortable sensation that someone had just opened a door I'd spent years keeping locked. Now, standing in my kitchen with morning light painting everything in deceptively peaceful hues, I couldn't shake the feeling that the creaking in the hallway wasn't just the house settling. I walked toward the sound, my bare feet silent on the hardwood. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, each step revealing nothing but family photos hanging at odd angles and a thin layer of dust on the baseboards. At the end of the hall, my study door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I'd closed it the night before. Inside, papers were scattered across my desk in a way that suggested someone had been searching for something specific. My hands trembled as I gathered the documents, recognizing the letterhead from the law firm that had contacted me months ago about the inheritance. Among the legal papers was something that hadn't been there before, a manila envelope with my name written in careful block letters. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The image showed a group of teenagers standing beside a lake, their faces bright with summer joy. I recognized myself immediately, younger and unburdened, standing next to a girl whose smile seemed to hold secrets. The note was brief. She never stopped looking for answers. Now it's your turn. My throat felt dry as memories began to surface, unbidden and unwelcome. That summer had ended abruptly, with sirens and search parties and questions that no one seemed able to answer satisfactorily. The girl in the photograph had disappeared on a Tuesday afternoon, leaving behind only her bicycle and a single shoe by the water's edge. I'd been one of the last people to see her alive. The official investigation had concluded she'd drowned accidentally, her body swept away by currents that were stronger than they appeared. But there had always been whispers, sideways glances, and the uncomfortable weight of unasked questions. The case was closed, filed away with dozens of others that offered no real resolution, only the bureaucratic comfort of completed paperwork. Now, holding the photograph with fingers that remembered the texture of that long-ago summer, I felt the ground shifting beneath my feet. Someone wanted me to remember, to dig deeper into events that had been buried under years of deliberate forgetting. The phone rang, startling me from my reverie. I answered without checking the caller ID, my voice barely above a whisper. "You found it," the same trembling voice from 3 days ago, clearer now, but still edged with something that might have been fear or desperation. "Who is this?" "Someone who knows what really happened that summer. Someone who's been waiting for you to start asking the right questions." The line went quiet, but I could hear breathing on the other end, measured and careful. In the background, there was a sound I couldn't quite identify, something rhythmic, like water lapping against a dock. "She didn't drown," the voice continued, "and you know it." Before I could respond, the connection ended, leaving me alone with the photograph and a growing certainty that my carefully constructed life was about to unravel. I spent the rest of the morning researching, pulling up old newspaper articles and police reports that I'd avoided reading for years. The details were sparse, sanitized by official language that somehow managed to drain all the humanity from tragedy. A teenage girl, well-liked and academically successful, had gone missing during what was supposed to be a routine afternoon bike ride. Her bicycle was found by the lake along with one of her shoes. Despite extensive searches, her body was never recovered. The investigating officer had been thorough, but ultimately concluded that the evidence supported an accidental drowning. The case file mentioned several witnesses who had seen her that afternoon, including myself, but our statements were consistent and unremarkable. We'd all been questioned, our alibis verified, our stories accepted. But as I read through the reports with adult eyes, I began to notice gaps in the narrative, places where the official version felt incomplete or overly convenient. The witness statements were indeed consistent, perhaps too much so. The timeline was neat and tidy, with no loose ends or contradictions to complicate the investigation. I drove to the lake that afternoon, following roads that my hands seemed to remember better than my conscious mind. The area had changed significantly, with new developments and manicured parks replacing the wild, overgrown spaces of my youth. But the water itself remained constant, dark and still beneath an overcast sky. Standing at the edge, I tried to reconstruct that final day. The girl had been upset about something, I remembered now. She'd wanted to talk privately, away from the others. We'd walked along the shoreline while our friends continued swimming and laughing in the distance. She'd told me something that afternoon, something important enough that she'd sworn me to secrecy. But the memory remained frustratingly elusive, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The harder I concentrated, the more it seemed to slip away. A car door slammed behind me, and I turned to see an older woman approaching. Her face was familiar in the way that childhood acquaintances often are, recognizable but changed by time and experience. "I thought I might find you here," she said, her voice carrying the weight of years. "I heard you'd been asking questions." I recognized her then as the mother of one of our group, someone who'd been peripherally involved in the investigation. Her son had been questioned extensively, though like the rest of us, he'd been cleared of any wrongdoing. "She came to see me," the woman continued, gesturing toward the water. "Just a few days before she disappeared. She was frightened, said she'd discovered something that could hurt people she cared about." This was new information, something that hadn't appeared in any of the official reports. I felt my pulse quicken as pieces of a larger puzzle began to take shape. "What kind of something?" The woman's expression grew troubled. She wouldn't say exactly, but she asked me what someone should do if they knew about a crime but were afraid to report it. She was worried about protecting innocent people who might get hurt if the truth came out. We stood in silence for several minutes, watching the water and contemplating the implications of her revelation. If the girl had known about a crime, it cast her disappearance in an entirely different light. The neat narrative of accidental drowning began to crumble, replaced by something far more sinister. "Why didn't you tell the police?" The woman's laugh was bitter. I tried, but they'd already made up their minds about what happened. A teenage girl out alone by dangerous water, tragic accident, case closed. They weren't interested in complications that might require actual detective work. As the afternoon wore on, more fragments of memory began to surface. I remembered the girl's agitation that final day, the way she'd kept looking over her shoulder as if expecting someone to appear. She'd made me promise to meet her the following evening, said she had something important to show me. But the next evening, she was already gone. I drove home as darkness fell, my mind churning with possibilities and half-formed theories. The mysterious phone calls, the photograph, the woman's revelation about the girl's fear, everything pointed to a truth that had been deliberately obscured. Back in my study, I spread out all the materials I'd gathered, creating a timeline that extended beyond the official investigation. I called old friends, tracked down classmates, and slowly began to piece together a more complete picture of those final weeks. What emerged was disturbing. Several people mentioned that the girl had been acting strangely, asking unusual questions about past events and seeming preoccupied with something she wouldn't discuss. One former classmate remembered her spending considerable time in the library, researching local history and old newspaper archives. The pattern suggested someone who had stumbled onto information that made her a threat to someone else, but the identity of that someone remained maddeningly elusive. My phone rang again late that night, the same mysterious caller with a trembling voice. "You're getting closer," they said without preamble, "but be careful. The people involved have spent years covering their tracks. They won't hesitate to protect their secrets." "What secrets? What did she discover?" There was a long pause, filled with the sound of that rhythmic lapping I'd noticed before. "Meet me tomorrow night, the old pier where you used to fish. Come alone and bring the photograph." The line went dead, leaving me with more questions than answers, and a growing sense that I was being drawn into something far more complex and dangerous than I'd initially realized. I spent the following day in a state of nervous anticipation, alternately eager for answers and terrified of what I might learn. The girl's disappearance had marked the end of my childhood innocence, the moment when I'd first understood that terrible things could happen to good people for no apparent reason. Now it seemed I was about to discover that there had been a reason after all. The old pier was exactly as I remembered it, weathered and creaking under the weight of years and neglect. I arrived early, hoping to spot my mysterious contact before they saw me. The water lapped gently against the pilings, creating the rhythmic sound I'd heard in the background of our phone conversations. A figure emerged from the shadows at the far end of the pier, moving slowly and deliberately. As they drew closer, I recognized another face from that long-ago summer, someone who'd been part of our group but had moved away shortly after the girl's disappearance. "I've been watching from a distance for years," they said, their voice the same one that had been calling me, waiting for the right moment to tell someone the truth. They handed me a thick envelope, its contents heavy with the weight of revelation. She found out about the cover-up, they continued. Not just her death, but something bigger. Something that involved people in positions of power, people who couldn't afford to have their secrets exposed. Inside the envelope were photocopied documents, photographs, and what appeared to be pages from a journal written in the girl's careful handwriting. As I read through the materials, a horrifying picture began to emerge of corruption, abuse, and a conspiracy that reached into the highest levels of local government and law enforcement. The girl had discovered evidence of systematic wrongdoing that implicated several prominent community members. Her research had been methodical and thorough, building a case that would have destroyed careers and sent people to prison. But she'd made the mistake of confronting one of the perpetrators directly, hoping to convince them to confess voluntarily. Instead, she'd signed her own death warrant. The official investigation was compromised from the beginning, my contact explained. The lead detective was one of the people she'd been investigating. He made sure the case was closed quickly and quietly before anyone could dig too deep. As the full scope of the conspiracy became clear, I felt a mixture of rage and helplessness. The girl hadn't drowned accidentally. She'd been murdered to protect the secrets of powerful men who valued their reputations more than a teenager's life. But even with this knowledge, the question remained, what could be done about it now? Many of the people involved were dead or had moved away. The evidence was old, the witnesses scattered or intimidated into silence. Justice isn't always about courts and convictions, my contact said, as if reading my thoughts. Sometimes it's about truth, about making sure people remember what really happened. I left the pier that night with a burden I hadn't asked for but couldn't ignore. The girl's story deserved to be told, her memory deserved to be honored, and the truth deserved to see daylight even if legal justice was no longer possible. In the weeks that followed, I began writing, carefully documenting everything I'd learned while protecting the identities of those who'd helped me uncover the truth. The story took shape slowly, each detail verified and cross-referenced, each claim supported by evidence. But as I neared completion of my investigation, strange things began to happen. My home was broken into, though nothing appeared to be stolen. My car was vandalized. I received anonymous phone calls warning me to abandon my research. It seemed that some secrets were still worth protecting, even after all these years. The final piece of the puzzle came from an unexpected source, a deathbed confession from one of the original conspirators, a man whose guilt had apparently tormented him for decades. His written statement, delivered to me through his attorney, provided the last details needed to complete the picture. The girl had been lured to a meeting under false pretenses, then killed when she refused to destroy the evidence she'd gathered. Her body had been disposed of in a way that ensured it would never be found, and the crime scene at the lake had been carefully staged to support the drowning theory. The conspiracy had worked perfectly, protected by the very people sworn to uphold justice. Now, sitting in my study with the completed investigation spread before me, I faced a difficult choice. Publishing the truth would vindicate the girl's memory and expose the corruption that had claimed her life, but it would also destroy the reputations of people who might be innocent of everything except association with the guilty. The phone rang one final time, but this call was different. The voice was older, more authoritative, and carried an unmistakable threat. "You've learned enough," the caller said. "It's time to let sleeping dogs lie. Some truths are too dangerous to tell." As I write these final words, I still haven't decided what to do with what I've learned. The girl deserves justice, but justice comes in many forms. Perhaps the truth itself is enough, even if it never sees the light of day. Or perhaps, like the girl whose death started this journey, some secrets are worth dying for. The creaking in my hallway has returned, more persistent now, as if the house itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what choice I'll make. Story 4. The hallway was illuminated by functional overhead lighting. The floor was recently polished, reflecting a sheen consistent with maintenance protocols. All doors along the corridor were closed, each handle turned to a secure and locked position. A security camera at the far end blinked steadily, indicating operational status, yet the data feed showed no activity logged during the time frame in question. Air conditioning maintained a steady hum, ensuring the temperature remained at a constant 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Despite the silence, an unidentifiable rustling persisted behind the walls. I remember checking my watch when I first heard it. The sound was subtle, like papers being shuffled or fabric dragging against drywall. I had been working late again, finishing reports that couldn't wait until morning. The building was supposed to be empty except for security personnel, but I knew the maintenance crew sometimes worked odd hours. That's what I told myself anyway. The rustling came from somewhere behind the walls of the East Wing, where the administrative offices were located. I had clearance for that section, so I decided to investigate. My footsteps echoed despite the carpeted floor, each step seeming to announce my presence to whatever was causing the disturbance. The sound stopped as soon as I reached the corridor. I tried each door handle methodically, locked as expected. The security protocols were strict about after-hours access and everything appeared normal. The rustling had been intermittent, lasting maybe 30 seconds at a time before falling silent for several minutes. I convinced myself it was probably just the building settling or perhaps small animals in the ventilation system. Old buildings make noise. But when I pressed my ear against the wall near the third door, I could swear I heard breathing. That's the version I reported to my supervisor the next morning. Clean, logical, easily explained. A concerned employee investigating unusual sounds, finding nothing conclusive. Case closed. Yet even as I spoke the words, something felt rehearsed about them, as if I had practiced this explanation without realizing it. The smell hit me first when I returned to that hallway the following evening. Not unpleasant, exactly, but unfamiliar. Sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in sugar water. I hadn't noticed it before, or maybe I had chosen not to notice it. My memory of that first night felt strangely incomplete, full of gaps I couldn't account for. I found myself returning to the same spot by the third door, pressing my palm against the cool wall. The surface felt different somehow, softer than drywall should feel. When I pulled my hand away, there was a slight residue on my fingertips, sticky and warm. I wiped it on my pants and told myself it was just moisture from the air conditioning system. The rustling started again, but this time it seemed to follow a pattern. 3 short sounds, then silence, 3 more, then silence, like a code or a signal. I found myself counting along, anticipating each sequence. My heart rate increased, though I couldn't understand why. Nothing threatening was happening. Nothing was happening at all. I called out, asking if anyone was there. My voice sounded strange in the empty corridor, higher pitched than usual. No response came, but the rustling stopped immediately. The silence that followed felt heavy, expectant. I waited for several minutes before leaving, glancing back at the security camera. Its red light blinked steadily, recording nothing. But there's another version of that night, one that surfaces in fragments when I'm not paying attention. In this version, I don't investigate the sound because I already know what's causing it. I stand in the hallway for a long time, my back pressed against the wall, listening to something that isn't quite breathing and isn't quite movement. My hands shake, though I can't remember feeling afraid. In this version, I have a key to the third door. I don't remember obtaining it or being authorized to use it, but it's there in my hand, warm and familiar. The lock turns easily, too easily, as if it was never really locked at all. The door opens into darkness that seems deeper than the absence of light should allow. I step inside, though every rational part of my mind screams against it. The room is larger than it should be, extending far beyond what the building's blueprints would permit. The air is thick and humid, carrying that sweet metallic smell I would later convince myself I had imagined. Something moves in the darkness, not hiding but simply existing in a space where visibility doesn't matter. I reach out and my fingers brush against fabric, clothing maybe, or curtains, but the texture is wrong, too smooth and too warm. It shifts under my touch, responding in a way that fabric shouldn't respond. I pull my hand back and find that same sticky residue on my fingertips, but now it glows faintly in the darkness. The rustling comes from everywhere at once now, surrounding me, not threatening but not entirely benign either, curious perhaps, waiting. I understand without knowing how I understand that I'm being evaluated, measured against some criteria I can't comprehend. I back toward the door, but when I turn around, the hallway beyond looks different. The overhead lighting has a greenish tint, and the polished floor reflects images that don't match what's actually in the corridor. I see myself standing there, but I'm not alone. Shadows move around me, through me, as if I'm the one who doesn't belong. Then I'm back in the hallway, door closed, key gone. The security camera blinks its steady red light, and the temperature reads exactly 72 degrees. My watch shows the same time it showed when I first heard the rustling, as if no time has passed at all. These two versions of events exist simultaneously in my memory, neither more real than the other. During the day, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the sounds of normal activity, the first version seems obviously true. I investigated a noise, found nothing, reported it appropriately. But at night, especially when I'm alone, the second version feels just as authentic. The weight of that impossible key in my hand, the texture of whatever I touched in the darkness, the way the hallway looked different when I turned around. I've returned to that corridor dozens of times since then. Sometimes I hear the rustling, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I find myself standing in front of the third door with no memory of walking there. Once I discovered a small mark on the wall where I had pressed my hand, a handprint that glowed faintly for just a moment before fading. The building's maintenance records show no unusual activity in that section. The security footage reveals nothing but empty hallways and my own occasional presence. When I asked about the history of the East Wing, I was told it had always been used for administrative purposes. Standard offices, standard construction, nothing unusual. But I've started noticing things, small inconsistencies that don't fit either version of events. The third door has no nameplate, while all the others are clearly labeled. The spacing between that door and the adjacent ones is slightly wider than it should be, as if the room behind it is larger than the others. When I count the windows from outside the building, there's one fewer than there should be for that section. My supervisor has suggested I might be working too many late hours. That stress can cause people to perceive things that aren't there. He's probably right. The rational explanation is always the most likely one. but he also mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that I'm not the first person to report unusual sounds in that hallway. The previous employee who had my clearance level was transferred to a different department after making similar reports. I never asked what happened to him. Last night I stood in that hallway again, listening to the familiar rustling behind the walls. This time I didn't try to investigate or explain it away. I simply listened, letting both versions of the truth exist simultaneously in my mind. The sound seemed different somehow, less urgent, almost satisfied. When I left, I glanced back at the security camera. For just a moment, I could have sworn it was pointing in a different direction than usual, focused on the third door instead of the corridor's length. But when I looked again, it was back in its normal position, red light blinking steadily. I don't know which version of events is real anymore. Maybe they both are, maybe neither. What I do know is that something in that hallway knows I'm there, and it's been waiting for me to acknowledge it. The question isn't whether I imagined the whole thing or stumbled into something beyond normal experience. The question is what happens now that I've stopped trying to choose between them. The rustling continues behind the walls, patient and persistent, and I keep returning to listen, drawn by a certainty I can't explain and can't ignore. Some truths exist in the spaces between what we think we know and what we're afraid to discover. In those spaces, both versions of reality can be true at once. Story 5. It wasn't the first time the living room was dark at dinner. The clocks on the walls still ticked in their mechanical way, marking time that seemed to stretch on. The mail sat unopened on the hallway table, small mountains of envelopes dusted with routine. I poured a glass of water, noticing the slight tremor in my hand, but it didn't bother me enough to stop. The curtains were drawn, leaving the windows bare and exposed to the night. I heard a car pull up and then drive away, but didn't look outside to see who it was. The newspaper on the armchair was yesterday's, but I left it right where it lay and turned off the hallway light. The water tasted metallic. I set the glass down on the kitchen counter, listening to the silence that followed the car's departure. The refrigerator hummed its familiar tune, punctuated by the settling sounds of an old house. I found myself staring at the back door, wondering if I had locked it. The deadbolt looked secure, but my memory felt unreliable these days. My neighbor had mentioned something about packages disappearing from porches. Her voice carried that particular tone people use when they want you to worry without saying so directly. She stood at the property line between our yards, her hands busy with gardening shears that never seemed to cut anything. The conversation replayed in my mind as I moved through the house, checking windows I had already checked. The phone rang once while I was in the bedroom, a sharp intrusion that stopped before I could reach it. No message followed. I pulled the bedroom curtains closed and noticed the fabric felt different somehow, rougher against my fingers than I remembered. The streetlight outside cast shadows that moved with the wind, creating patterns on the wall that seemed almost deliberate. I had started keeping a notebook beside my bed. Nothing dramatic, just observations about sounds, visitors, small inconsistencies that accumulated like dust in corners. The detective who came by suggested it might help piece things together. He was younger than I expected, with careful eyes that took in details while he spoke about routine questions and standard procedures. He asked about my routine, about visitors, about anything that seemed out of place. I told him about the car that sometimes idled outside, about the way my mail seemed disturbed even when nothing was missing. He wrote everything down with a pen that barely made sound against the paper, nodding in ways that could have meant anything. The break-in happened while I was at the grocery store. Nothing taken, nothing obviously disturbed, but the air in the house felt different when I returned. The detective came back, walked through each room with that same careful attention. He touched the window frames, examined the door locks, asked about spare keys and alarm codes. I mentioned the neighbor, how she always seemed to be outside when I came and went, how she knew things about my schedule that I had never shared. The detective asked her name, wrote it in his notebook with the same neutral expression. She lived alone too, he said, had reported some unusual activity in the neighborhood. Sleep became elusive. I would lie in bed listening to the house breathe around me, cataloging each creak and whisper. The heating system cycled on and off with mechanical precision, but sometimes I heard footsteps that followed no pattern I could identify. When I looked outside, the street appeared empty, ordinary suburban houses with their windows glowing warm against the darkness. The notebook filled with fragments, a door that was open when I remembered closing it, phone calls that ended when I answered, the smell of cigarettes in rooms where no one smoked. I began to question my own perceptions, wondering if isolation was playing tricks with my mind. My sister called from across the country, her voice bright with concern disguised as casual conversation. She asked about neighbors, about security systems, about whether I felt safe living alone. I gave her the answers I thought she wanted to hear, but after we hung up, I found myself staring at the phone, wondering what I had actually said. The detective returned with questions about my sister, about family dynamics, about inheritance and insurance policies. His tone remained professional, but the questions felt different, more pointed. I answered honestly, though honesty felt increasingly subjective. Memory had become unreliable, contaminated by doubt and repetition. I started noticing patterns in my neighbor's behavior. She appeared in her yard whenever I checked the mail, always busy with some task that required her to face my house. Her gardening happened at odd hours, and the plants never seemed to grow or change. When I waved, she waved back, but her smile felt rehearsed. The notebook entries became more detailed, more paranoid. I documented the timing of her appearances, the duration of her outdoor activities, the way she positioned herself to observe my windows. Reading back through the pages, I saw the progression of my suspicions, how they had grown from casual observations into something approaching obsession. One evening I watched her from behind my bedroom curtains as she stood in her driveway, apparently waiting for something. A car approached slowly, headlights sweeping across both our houses before continuing down the street. She remained outside for several minutes after it passed, her face turned toward my windows. I stepped back from the curtain, heart racing for reasons I could not articulate. The detective's visits became more frequent. He asked about my relationship with my neighbor, about conversations we had shared, about whether I trusted her. I found myself parsing my responses carefully, uncertain whether my suspicions were evidence or symptoms. The line between observation and paranoia had blurred beyond recognition. I discovered a spare key missing from its hiding place beneath a flower pot by the back door. The detective examined the area, photographed the empty space, asked about who might have known its location. I mentioned casual conversations with my neighbor, innocent exchanges about home security and neighborhood watch concerns. That night I moved a chair against the back door and placed a glass on the kitchen counter where it would fall if the door opened. The precaution felt both necessary and absurd. I lay in bed listening for the sound of breaking glass that never came, wondering if the missing key meant anything or nothing at all. My neighbor brought cookies the next afternoon, homemade and still warm from the oven. She stood on my front porch with a smile that seemed genuine, asking about my well-being with what sounded like authentic concern. I invited her in, served coffee, listened to her talk about the neighborhood's declining safety and the importance of neighbors looking out for each other. She knew details about the break-in that I did not remember sharing. Small things like which room felt most disturbed, which windows had been checked by the detective. When I asked how she knew these details, she mentioned seeing the police car, making reasonable assumptions, the kind of observations any attentive neighbor might make. After she left, I found myself questioning the conversation, replaying her words and expressions for hidden meanings. The cookies sat untouched on the counter, their sweet smell mingling with the lingering scent of her perfume. I threw them away eventually, though I could not explain why they made me uncomfortable. The detective called with updates that were not really updates. The investigation continued, he said, but there were no new leads, no clear suspects, no obvious motives. He asked if I had noticed anything else unusual, any changes in my neighbor's behavior, any new concerns about my safety. I told him about the cookies, about the knowledge she should not have possessed, about the way she watched my house. He listened without judgment, asked follow-up questions that seemed designed to test the reliability of my observations rather than their significance. My sleep deteriorated further. I would wake at odd hours, convinced I had heard something, only to find the house exactly as I had left it. The chair remained against the back door, the glass stood untouched on the counter, yet the feeling of intrusion persisted, a certainty that someone had been inside despite the absence of evidence. I started leaving small tests for myself, objects positioned in specific ways that would reveal disturbance. A book placed precisely on a table, a pen aligned with the edge of a notepad, a coffee cup turned at a particular angle. Each morning, I checked these markers with the dedication of a scientist conducting experiments on reality itself. The markers remained undisturbed, but the feeling of violation grew stronger. I began to suspect that whoever was entering my house understood my methods, was careful to replace things exactly as they found them. The possibility that I was outsmarting myself never fully disappeared, hovering at the edges of my consciousness like an uncomfortable truth I refused to examine directly. My neighbor mentioned seeing lights in my house at unusual hours, expressing concern that I might not be sleeping well. Her observation was accurate but unsolicited, delivered with a tone of caring that felt somehow invasive. I had not told her about my insomnia, had not discussed my disrupted sleep patterns with anyone. The detective asked about my mental state, about stress levels and medication, about whether I had considered talking to someone about the psychological impact of the break-in. His questions were gentle but persistent, probing the reliability of my perceptions in ways that made me question everything I thought I knew. I found myself studying my own behavior, wondering if my suspicions about my neighbor reflected reality or paranoia. The notebook entries read like the observations of someone losing touch with objective truth, yet I could not dismiss the accumulating evidence of her unusual attention to my activities. The missing key reappeared in its hiding place beneath the flower pot. I discovered it while watering plants, the metal warm from the sun, exactly where it had always been. I stared at it for a long time, trying to reconcile its presence with my clear memory of its absence. The detective examined it for fingerprints that revealed nothing useful. My neighbor waved from her yard as the detective left, her expression curious but not concerned. She approached the property line as his car disappeared, asking with apparent innocence about the ongoing investigation. I found myself reluctant to share details, though I could not articulate why her interest felt inappropriate. That night I dreamed of footsteps in my hallway, of doors opening and closing, of whispered conversations just beyond the range of understanding. I woke to find my bedroom door ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it. The house felt occupied by presences I could not identify, familiar yet threatening in ways that defied explanation. The investigation seemed to be winding down without resolution. The detective's visits became less frequent, his questions more routine, his manner suggesting that official interest was shifting elsewhere. I sensed that my case was becoming a cold file, another unsolved mystery in a system overwhelmed by more pressing concerns. I continued documenting observations in my notebook, though the entries had taken on a different quality. Instead of recording external events, I found myself analyzing my own thoughts and reactions, trying to separate legitimate concerns from manufactured fears. The exercise felt both necessary and futile. My neighbor's behavior remained consistent, attentive but not obviously intrusive, caring but somehow calculated. She brought meals occasionally, checked on my well-being with regular phone calls, offered assistance with household tasks that I had not requested. Her kindness felt genuine, yet something beneath the surface remained elusive. I began to wonder if the problem was not what she was doing, but what I was becoming. Isolation and suspicion had transformed ordinary neighborly concern into something sinister in my perception. The possibility that I was the unreliable narrator of my own story grew stronger with each passing day. The detective's final visit was brief and inconclusive. No charges would be filed, no arrests made, no definitive answers provided. He suggested security improvements, recommended counseling resources, offered contact information for future concerns. His departure felt like abandonment, though I recognized the practical limitations of his investigation. I sit now in my living room, curtains drawn against the darkness outside, listening to the familiar sounds of my house settling around me. The notebook lies open on the table beside me, filled with observations that prove nothing and explain less. My neighbor's house glows with warm light across the yard, ordinary and peaceful in the suburban night. The truth remains suspended somewhere between paranoia and perception, between the reliability of memory and the distortions of fear. I may never know whether the threat was real or imagined, whether my neighbor was predator or simply another lonely person trying to connect across the spaces that separate us all. The clocks continue their mechanical counting, marking time that stretches into an uncertain future. I pour another glass of water, noting that my hand no longer trembles, and wonder if that steadiness represents healing or resignation. Outside, a car approaches slowly, its headlights sweeping across my windows before continuing into the darkness beyond Story 6. A soft hum of jazz lingered in the air, curling like smoke as it danced through the dim-lit room. The warmth of the evening seeped through the open windows, mingling with the faint scent of old vinyl and polished wood. The needle on the record player skipped, hesitating before continuing its crooning melody. All appeared ordinary in the faded glow, except for the unexpected absence of the 12th note in every bar. As if the music itself was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone to fill the silence. I keep coming back to that sound, that missing beat, like a heart with a skipped rhythm, like breathing that catches in your throat when you remember something you shouldn't. The room felt familiar in that strange way places do when you've been avoiding them. Dust motes floating in amber light, a glass half empty on the side table, condensation rings marking the wood underneath. Someone had been there before me, but I can't place who, can't place when. My fingers trace the edge of the record sleeve, blue ink bleeding into cream paper, a signature I almost recognize, looping letters that spell out words I can't quite make sense of. The handwriting looks like mine, but isn't. Looks like someone trying to copy my hand, but getting the slant wrong. There was a conversation. I'm sure there was a conversation. You always did have good taste in music. But who said it? The voice echoes in my head like it's coming from underwater. Pleasant enough, warm maybe, familiar in the way voices get when you've heard them for years without really listening. The jazz keeps playing, the same song or maybe different songs that all sound the same. Saxophone bleeding into trumpet, bleeding into piano keys that stick just slightly when pressed. Someone needs to tune that piano. Someone needed to tune it then, too. I remember standing by the window, looking out at nothing in particular. The street below was quiet except for the occasional car passing with headlights that swept across the ceiling like lighthouse beams. Regular intervals, predictable, safe. But something wasn't safe. The glass on the table, I keep thinking about that glass. Half empty, I said, but maybe it was half full. Maybe someone had just started drinking instead of just finishing. The liquid inside was clear. Water, probably, or maybe something stronger that just looked like water. You seem distracted tonight. There's that voice again, coming from behind me near the record player. But when I turn to look, there's just the machine spinning its endless circles, needle riding the grooves like it's following a map to somewhere I don't want to go. My reflection in the window shows someone I barely recognize. Same face, same eyes, but wearing an expression I don't remember putting on. Like I'm waiting for something, like I'm afraid of something, like I know something I haven't told myself yet. The scent of old vinyl grows stronger, mixed with something else now, something sweet and cloying that makes my stomach turn just slightly. Flowers, maybe, or perfume that's been sitting too long in a closed room. I was supposed to meet someone. The knowledge comes back in fragments, like remembering a dream after you've been awake for hours. An appointment, an arrangement, something important enough to dress up for because I'm wearing the good shoes, the ones that pinch my feet after standing too long. But I can't remember who. The record skips again, same place, same missing note, like the music is stuck in its own kind of memory loop, playing the same broken song over and over. I should fix it, should lift the needle and set it down somewhere else. But my hands stay at my sides, fingers twitching slightly like they're remembering how to do something I've forgotten. Are you listening to me? The voice is closer now. Right beside me almost, but there's still no one there. Just the room and the music and the glass sweating quietly on its wooden ring. Just me and the growing certainty that I'm forgetting something crucial. The walls are covered with photographs. I hadn't noticed them before, but now they seem to multiply in my peripheral vision. Black and white images in mismatched frames. Faces I should know looking back at me with expressions I can't read, smiling mostly, but the kind of smiles people wear when they're supposed to be happy instead of when they actually are. One photograph keeps drawing my attention. A group shot, people clustered around a piano, the same piano that's sitting in the corner now, probably. Same sticky keys, same slightly off-tune melody waiting to be played. But in the photograph, someone's hands are on the keys, fingers positioned like they're about to play that missing 12th note. I can't see the face of the person at the piano. It's turned away from the camera, toward the other people in the room. Toward me maybe, if I was the one taking the picture, but I don't remember taking any pictures. The jazz record ends with a soft click. The needle lifts automatically, returns to its rest. but the silence that follows isn't really silence. There's still that hum, that electric buzz of amplifiers waiting for sound. Still the whisper of air moving through the room, carrying scents and memories I can't quite place. I should leave, the thought comes suddenly, urgently. I should leave this room and this building and never come back, but my feet won't move. My hand won't reach for the door, because leaving means admitting I don't understand what happened here. Leaving means accepting that there are pieces missing from my own life that I might never find. The glass on the table is empty now. I don't remember seeing anyone drink from it, don't remember the liquid disappearing. But the condensation rings are still there, marking time in overlapping circles like tree rings or ripples in still water. You're not going to remember this conversation. The voice again, matter of fact this time, almost gentle, like someone explaining something obvious to a child. But I want to remember. I'm trying to remember. That's why I'm here, isn't it? That's why I keep coming back to this room with its broken music and empty glasses and photographs full of strangers who might not be strangers at all. My reflection in the window has changed. The expression is different now. Less waiting, more knowing, like I've figured something out without realizing it, like the missing pieces are arranging themselves in patterns I can almost see. The record player starts again. Same album, same song, same missing note that makes the melody stumble and catch, but this time I hear something else underneath the music, a sound like breathing, like someone else in the room, standing very still, waiting for me to turn around. But I don't turn around, because turning around means seeing something I'm not ready to see. Means acknowledging something I've been avoiding since I first walked into this room with its familiar unfamiliarity and its questions that don't have answers. The photographs on the wall seem to shift when I'm not looking directly at them. Faces rearranging themselves, smiles becoming something else. The group shot by the piano changes too. The hands on the keys move slightly, fingers finding new positions, getting closer to that missing note, getting ready to play the sound that would make everything complete. Or everything broken. I can taste copper in my mouth, metallic and sharp, like I've bitten my tongue without realizing it. Like I've been holding my breath too long and my body is reminding me to breathe. The air in the room feels thicker now, harder to pull into my lungs. The scent of flowers is stronger, not fresh flowers, old ones, the kind that have been sitting in water too long, stems getting soft and brown, sweet rot disguised as beauty. I follow the smell toward the piano, where someone has left a small vase I hadn't noticed before. The flowers inside were white. Now they're the color of old paper, edges curling inward like hands closing into fists. But they're not wilted, not exactly, more like they're waiting. Like everything else in this room, they're suspended in some kind of expectant stillness. Play something. The voice comes from right behind me now, so close I can feel breath on my neck, but when I spin around, there's nothing. Just the record player and its endless loop of broken jazz, just the empty glass and the photographs and the growing certainty that I'm not alone in this room. My hands move toward the piano keys without my permission, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought fails. My fingers find the familiar positions, the chords I learned so long ago I can't remember learning them. But when I press down, the sound that comes out isn't music. It's the missing note, the 12th beat, the sound the jazz record has been waiting for all this time. And with that sound comes the memory. Not complete, not clear, but enough to make my hands jerk away from the keys like they've been burned, enough to make me understand why I keep forgetting. Why my mind slides away from this room and this moment like water off glass. The person I was supposed to meet, They were here, are here, have always been here, waiting in the spaces between the music and the silence where the missing notes should be, waiting for me to remember, waiting for me to play the sound that completes the song. But completing the song means accepting what happened, means acknowledging the conversation I can't quite recall, the reason for the empty glass, the source of that sweet rotting smell that isn't coming from the flowers at all. The jazz record skips again. Same place, same missing beat, but now I understand it's not broken, it's careful. It's avoiding the note that would make everything clear, the note that would force me to remember what I came here to forget. My reflection in the window watches me with eyes that know more than I do, that have seen more than I'm ready to see. The expression is almost pitying now, like looking at someone who's about to understand something terrible. The photographs shift again. The group shot by the piano rearranges itself one more time. Now I can see the face of the person at the keys, can see their expression as they prepare to play that final missing note. It's my face, my hands, my expression of terrible understanding. And in the background, barely visible in the black and white grain, someone else stands by the window. Someone whose reflection I can't see anymore. Someone who was supposed to meet me here, in this room full of broken music and careful silences. Someone who did meet me here. The record player clicks, the needle lifts, returns to its rest, but the hum continues, electric and waiting. And underneath it, so soft I might be imagining it, I hear breathing that isn't mine. The missing note hangs in the air like smoke, like the jazz that started this all, curling through the dim-lit room, mixing with the scent of old vinyl and polished wood and flowers that aren't flowers at all. Waiting for me to remember. Waiting for me to forget again. Waiting for the song to begin, Story 7. The morning fog clung to the street like a shroud as a soft thud echoed through the hallway. Leaves rustled gently outside, their whispers barely audible through the heavy air. In the living room, the grandfather clock stood tall and silent, its hands frozen at midnight. Dishes lay neatly stacked in the sink, but a single glass, still half full with last night's wine, sat precariously on the edge of the counter. The silence was thick, almost tangible, and somewhere amidst the quiet, a creaky floorboard had let out a groan that shouldn't have been heard. That's when the nausea started, not the kind that comes from illness or bad food, but something deeper, something that crawls up from your stomach and wraps around your throat like cold fingers. I've been carrying it for weeks now, this weight that sits just below my ribs and refuses to leave. Sometimes I wake up and for a split second I forget, but then it returns, that sick feeling that something is fundamentally wrong with the world. The wine glass bothers me most. I keep seeing it there, balanced on that edge, defying gravity in a way that makes my skin crawl. But that's not right, is it? The glass wasn't on the counter, or maybe it was. Memory has become unreliable, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The harder I squeeze, the more it slips away. I remember the taste of copper in my mouth. Not blood exactly, but that metallic tang that comes when you're terrified. When did that happen? Was it before or after the floorboard groaned? The sequence matters, but my mind keeps rearranging the pieces, shuffling them like a deck of cards dealt by shaking hands. The fog outside my window now reminds me of that other fog, the one that seemed to swallow sound itself. I was standing in the kitchen, wasn't I? Or maybe the hallway. The geography of that house shifts in my memory like a living thing, rooms expanding and contracting, doorways appearing where walls should be. I can still feel the cool air on my skin, the way it seemed to seep through the windows even though they were closed. There was someone else there, I'm certain of that, though their face remains stubbornly blank in my recollections. A presence more than a person, a shadow that moved wrong, too fluid or too jerky, I can't decide which. They spoke to me, their voice like gravel being poured into a tin can, but the words dissolve the moment I try to grasp them. The grandfather clock haunts me. Those hands frozen at midnight feel like an accusation, as if time itself stopped to witness something unspeakable. But clocks don't just stop, do they? Someone has to wind them, maintain them, care for them. The thought of those hands being deliberately positioned there makes my chest tight with panic. I've been avoiding mirrors lately, not because I'm afraid of what I might see, but because of what I might remember. Reflections have a way of triggering things, fragments of that night that I'm not sure I want to piece together. The bathroom mirror in that house was cracked, a spider web of lines that distorted everything. When I looked into it, my face seemed to split into a dozen different versions of itself, each one showing a different emotion I didn't remember feeling. The dishes in the sink were too clean. That detail keeps surfacing, bobbing up in my consciousness like debris from a shipwreck. They gleamed under the kitchen light, pristine and perfectly arranged, as if someone had taken great care to wash away any evidence of a meal. But what meal? I can't remember eating anything that night, though my stomach felt full of something heavy and indigestible. My hands shake when I think about the texture of the doorknob. Brass, worn smooth by countless touches, but somehow it felt wrong under my palm. Too warm, as if someone had just been gripping it moments before I arrived. The metal seemed to pulse with residual heat, like a heartbeat trapped in copper and tin. The floorboard that groaned was near the staircase. I'm sure of that now, though the certainty feels manufactured, like something I've convinced myself of rather than truly remembered. The sound was too deliberate, too perfectly timed with my footsteps, as if the house itself was trying to communicate something. Houses don't speak, of course, but that one felt alive in ways that made my skin crawl. There was a photograph on the mantelpiece, face down. I wanted to turn it over to see what image someone had deemed too disturbing to display, but my hand wouldn't obey. Some instinct deeper than conscious thought kept me frozen, staring at the blank cardboard backing as if it held secrets I wasn't ready to uncover. The frame was silver, tarnished around the edges, and I could see my own reflection warped in its surface. The wine in that glass was red, dark as dried blood. It caught the light from the kitchen fixture and threw it back in patterns that hurt to look at directly. I remember thinking it looked like it had been sitting there for hours, maybe days, developing that film on top that wine gets when it's been exposed to air for too long. But that can't be right. The house was supposed to be empty. My breathing becomes shallow when I try to remember what happened next. The logical part of my mind insists there must be a sequence, a clear progression from one moment to another, but trauma has a way of scrambling time. Events layer on top of each other like sediment, compressed until you can't tell which came first. The smell is what stays with me most vividly. Not unpleasant exactly, but wrong in a way that made my nostrils flare with instinctive alarm. It was sweet but cloying, like flowers left too long in water, mixed with something chemical and sharp. Cleaning products maybe, or something medical. The combination made my eyes water and my throat close up. I keep thinking about the silence, how complete it was, how it seemed to have weight and substance. Even my own breathing sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing sound before it could travel. The outside world might as well have ceased to exist. No cars, no birds, no distant hum of civilization. Just that oppressive quiet that pressed against my eardrums like deep water. The stairs creaked as I climbed them, each step announcing my presence to whatever waited above. But did I actually go upstairs? The memory fragments refused to align properly. I can feel my foot on the bottom step, the worn wood giving slightly under my weight, but then the next clear image is of standing in the kitchen again, staring at that impossible wine glass. There was something in the sink drain, a dark mass that might have been hair or might have been something else entirely. It moved when the light hit it, seeming to writhe like a living thing, though that had to be a trick of shadow and reflection. I wanted to reach for it, to clear whatever blockage was causing the strange gurgling sound that came from deep in the pipes, but my hand recoiled as if from flame. The fog outside grew thicker as the night progressed, or maybe my perception of it changed. Through the kitchen window, the street lamps became dim halos floating in gray nothing. The world beyond the glass might as well have been erased, leaving only this house, this moment, this creeping certainty that something fundamental had shifted in the universe. My clothes felt wrong on my body, too tight in some places, too loose in others, as if they belonged to someone else or I had somehow changed shape without noticing. The fabric seemed to cling with static electricity, making every movement feel deliberate and strange. When I looked down at my hands, they appeared smaller than they should be, like they belonged to a child or someone I used to be. The living room carpet had a stain I hadn't noticed before. Dark and roughly circular, it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. When I knelt to examine it more closely, the fibers felt stiff and brittle under my fingers, as if they had been treated with some kind of preservative. The smell rose up from it, that same sweet-sick odor that permeated the entire house. Time moved differently in that place. Minutes stretched into hours, or maybe hours compressed into seconds. The frozen clock hands became a mockery of normal temporal flow, reminding me that I was operating outside the usual rules of cause and effect. My watch had stopped too, though I didn't notice until much later, its digital display blank and lifeless. The telephone rang once, a sharp intrusion into the suffocating quiet, but when I reached for it, the sound cut off abruptly, leaving only the echo reverberating through the empty rooms. The receiver felt cold against my ear, and for a moment I thought I heard breathing on the other end, slow and deliberate, before the line went completely dead. I found myself in the bathroom, though I don't remember walking there. The cracked mirror showed me a face I barely recognized, features rearranged by stress and shadow into something alien. My eyes looked too large, too dark, like holes punched through paper. The reflection moved a fraction of a second after I did, creating a disorienting delay that made me question which version was real. The bathtub was dry but stained, rust-colored streaks running from the faucet to the drain like tears on a porcelain cheek. I ran my finger along one of the marks, and it came away clean, though the stain remained. The metal fixtures had turned green with age, and when I touched the tap, it felt warm despite the cold air in the room. Downstairs again, the wine glass had moved, or maybe I was seeing it from a different angle. It balanced on the counter's edge like a question mark, its contents catching the light in ways that made my stomach lurch. The liquid inside seemed thicker than wine should be, coating the sides of the glass in patterns that looked almost deliberate. My memory of leaving the house is fragmented at best. One moment I was standing in that kitchen, staring at the impossible geometry of stacked dishes and precariously balanced glass, and the next I was outside in the fog, my shoes wet with dew and my lungs burning from the cold air. The transition felt like waking from a dream, that jarring shift from one reality to another. But I keep coming back to that floorboard, the one that groaned when no one should have been walking on it. The sound echoes in my mind at odd moments, usually when I'm trying to sleep or concentrate on something else. It's become a kind of auditory scar, a reminder of something my conscious mind refuses to process fully. The nausea never leaves completely now. It ebbs and flows like a tide, sometimes barely noticeable, other times so intense it doubles me over. Doctors find nothing wrong, run tests that come back normal, prescribe medications that don't touch the core of the problem. How do you treat a sickness of memory, a contamination of experience? I dream about that house now, though the dreams feel more like visitations. In sleep, the rooms rearrange themselves into impossible configurations, stairs that lead nowhere, doors that open onto walls. The grandfather clock appears in every room, its frozen hands casting shadows that move independently of any light source, and always that wine glass balanced eternally on the edge of falling. The fog has become a constant companion, following me from place to place like a guilty conscience. Even on clear days, I see it gathering at the edges of my vision, waiting for the right moment to roll in and obscure the world again. Sometimes I wonder if I ever really left that house, or if everything since has been just another room in its impossible architecture. My reflection still moves wrong sometimes, lagging behind my actual movements by just enough to notice. Mirrors have become unreliable narrators, showing me things that might be memories or might be fears made visible. The crack pattern from that bathroom mirror appears in every reflective surface now, a spider web of fractured reality that I can't unsee. The taste of copper returns without warning, flooding my mouth with metallic certainty that something terrible has happened or is about to happen. I've learned to carry mints to mask the flavor, but it always seeps through eventually. It's become the taste of truth, bitter and inescapable. That wine glass still sits somewhere in some version of that kitchen, balanced on the edge of revelation. Its contents have probably evaporated by now, leaving only a dark ring at the bottom like a target or a bull's eye. But in my mind it remains perpetually full, perpetually poised to fall, perpetually about to reveal whatever secret it holds in its crimson depths. The silence follows me too, that oppressive quiet that makes every sound feel like an intrusion. Even in crowded places, I can feel it pressing at the edges of normal noise, waiting to rush in and swallow everything. It's the silence of held breath, of suspended animation, of time stopped at midnight and refusing to move forward. And somewhere in that frozen moment, that wine glass continues to balance on its impossible edge, defying gravity and logic and memory itself, holding secrets that taste like copper and smell like flowers left too long in stagnant water. Story 8. The refrigerator hum reached a higher frequency upon entry. The dining chair was slightly misaligned, as if moved recently, yet all surfaces were immaculate. A lone plate rested on the table, untouched, free of any residue. The clock face on the wall displayed the correct time, synchronized with external signals. Curtains remained static, untouched by any breeze, confirming windows were sealed. No utensils appeared missing from the drawers, each slot meticulously filled. Yet the dishwasher was still warm to the touch, though idle. That sound, always that sound when I walk in, higher pitched than it should be, like something straining. I've heard it before, haven't I? Not just here, somewhere else. The memory skips like a scratched record. I keep coming back to this kitchen. Not sure why, something pulls me here, makes me check the same things over and over. The plate on the table, ceramic, white, perfectly clean. Who puts out a clean plate and leaves it? The kind of detail that would mean nothing to most people should mean nothing to me. But it doesn't mean nothing. The chair, someone sat there recently. The indentation in the cushion hasn't quite sprung back yet. I can almost see them, almost remember who, but the image dissolves before it forms, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. I opened every drawer that first time. Second time too, each utensil in its designated slot, forks with forks, knives with knives, obsessively organized, the kind of organization that speaks to something deeper than cleanliness, control maybe, or fear of losing control. The dishwasher bothers me most. warm, definitely warm, but empty, completely empty. Who runs an empty dishwasher? The logical part of my mind offers explanations: cleaning cycle, sanitizing, routine maintenance. But logic feels thin here, stretched over something it can't quite cover. I remember hands, not clearly, fragments, hands arranging things, wiping surfaces that were already clean, moving that chair just so. The same hands that would run an empty dishwasher because the act itself mattered more than the purpose. The clock keeps perfect time. I've checked it against my phone, against the radio, against every timepiece I can find, never off by even a second. Someone wound it recently. Someone cared enough to keep it precise. But why does that feel wrong? Why does accuracy feel like deception? There was a conversation, had to be. People don't just disappear without words being exchanged. I can almost hear voices, but they're muffled, like listening through walls. One voice calm, measured, the other more agitated. Or was it the reverse? Memory plays tricks, rearranges things to fit narratives that might not be true. Everything has its place. That phrase keeps surfacing. Did someone say it to me? Did I say it to someone else? The words feel familiar, worn smooth by repetition, like a prayer or a warning. The curtains haven't moved. I've watched them for long stretches, waiting for even the slightest flutter. Nothing. The windows are sealed tight, no drafts, no air movement. Controlled environment, preserved. The word makes me uncomfortable, but I can't shake it. I found myself checking the refrigerator, not for food, for that sound, that strained hum that gets louder when the door opens. The shelves inside are organized with the same obsessive precision as the drawers. Everything aligned, labels facing out, expiration dates arranged chronologically. The kind of order that takes effort to maintain. But there's something else, a smell, faint but persistent, not unpleasant exactly. Cleaning products maybe, or something masked by cleaning products. The kind of smell that makes you breathe through your mouth without realizing why. I keep returning to the chair. Someone sat there regularly. The wear pattern on the cushion suggests habit, routine. Meals eaten at the same spot, facing the same direction. Toward the kitchen, not the window. Watching the room, not the world outside. The plate haunts me. Clean plates don't just appear on tables. Someone put it there. Someone intended to use it. Or someone wanted it to look like they intended to use it. The distinction matters, though I'm not sure why. There was a routine here. I can feel the ghost of it in the way everything is arranged. Morning coffee at this counter. Newspaper folded just so. Chair positioned for the best view of the kitchen entrance. Someone lived here with purpose, with patterns that felt like safety. But patterns can become prisons. The dishwasher cycle ran recently. I can tell by more than just the warmth. There's a particular smell that lingers after the heated, dry cycle, a sterile dampness that takes time to dissipate. Someone needed something to be very, very clean. I remember now, not clearly, but enough. There were two people here, had to be. The chair suggests one, but the precision suggests two. One to create the order, one to maintain it, or one to enforce it. Don't touch anything, another phrase floating up from wherever these memories hide, spoken with urgency, fear, authority. The tone matters, but tone is the first thing memory discards. The refrigerator hum changes pitch when the compressor cycles. I've timed it irregular intervals, but within normal parameters, nothing mechanically wrong. But that higher frequency when I first enter, that's different, as if the appliance is responding to presence, to observation. Paranoid thinking, I know that, but paranoia and intuition can look identical from the inside. I found a single fingerprint on the dishwasher handle, just one, as if someone wiped down everything else but missed that spot. or left it intentionally. Evidence of presence, of contact, proof that all this sterile perfection required human hands to achieve. The conversation, I can't quite remember, it ended abruptly. I'm certain of that much, mid-sentence maybe, or with words that weren't really an ending, just a stopping point. The kind of conversation that feels unfinished even when it's over. Something happened in this kitchen, something that required cleaning. The kind of cleaning that goes beyond normal maintenance, beyond routine care. The kind that erases rather than maintains. But what gets erased can sometimes be reconstructed. The plate bothers me because it's wrong, not dirty, not clean, pristine, unused. The kind of clean that comes from never having been touched by food, by lips, by the ordinary messiness of eating. A prop plate, a suggestion of normalcy that's too perfect to be real. I keep checking the clock because time feels slippery here. Minutes pass differently in this kitchen, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, as if the room itself exists slightly outside normal temporal flow, the kind of place where important things happen and time accommodates their importance by stretching or compressing. The sealed windows aren't just closed, they're secured. Locked from the inside, but with the kind of locks that could keep things in as easily as keeping things out. The distinction matters more than it should. I remember feeling watched, not by eyes, but by the room itself, by the arrangement of objects, the precision of placement, everything positioned to observe, to record, to remember what I'm trying so hard to forget. The refrigerator hum is getting louder, or maybe I'm just listening more carefully. It's the kind of sound that becomes unbearable once you notice it. Background noise that demands foreground attention, like a secret that refuses to stay hidden. Someone lived here with fear. I can feel it in the excessive organization, the controlled environment, the way every surface has been wiped clean of evidence. Not just dirt evidence of living, of existing, of being human in all the messy ways that matter. But fear of what or whom? The dishwasher runs on a timer. I found the controls, studied the settings. It can be programmed to start at specific intervals, to run cycles without dishes, to maintain cleanliness through repetition rather than necessity. Someone needed that kind of automation, someone who might not always be available to push the buttons manually. I keep coming back to the chair because it's the only thing that's not perfectly positioned. Everything else has been arranged with mathematical precision, but the chair is just slightly off, as if someone stood up quickly, pushed it back without thinking, and then never had the chance to straighten it. That bothers me more than it should. The conversation, I can't remember, one voice was pleading, I'm almost certain. The tone, the rhythm of the words, the way sentences seem to trail off into silence, pleading or explaining or apologizing, the kind of talk that happens when things have gone too far to take back. It has to be perfect, another phrase surfacing from the depths, spoken with intensity, with the kind of conviction that allows no argument. Someone here believed in perfection, pursued it with single-minded determination. But perfection is impossible, and the pursuit of it can destroy everything it touches. The smell I noticed earlier is stronger now, or maybe I'm breathing more deeply, drawing it further into my lungs. It's not just cleaning products, there's something underneath, something organic that the chemicals can't quite mask. The kind of smell that makes you want to leave but keeps you searching for its source. I found myself opening cabinets, looking for something without knowing what. The contents are organized with the same obsessive care as everything else. Canned goods arranged by size and type. Boxes aligned with military precision. nothing expired, nothing out of place. Nothing that suggests normal human habitation. The plate on the table, I keep circling back to it because it's the only thing that doesn't make sense. Clean plates belong in cabinets or dishwashers, not sitting alone on tables, unless someone was interrupted, unless something happened between the intention to eat and the act of eating. The clock's ticking seems louder now, each second marked with mechanical precision, but the sound feels urgent somehow, as if time is running out or running backward or moving in directions that clocks aren't designed to measure. I remember leaving, not clearly, but the sensation of departure, of walking away from something unfinished. The kind of leaving that feels like abandonment, like cowardice. The kind that haunts you until you have no choice but to return. The refrigerator hum has become a constant now, no longer cycling but maintaining that higher frequency that first caught my attention. Like an alarm that's too subtle to be obvious, too persistent to ignore. A sound that means something, if only I could remember what. Someone will ask questions eventually. About the chair, about the plate, about why the dishwasher runs empty cycles and why the windows are sealed so tight. Questions I should be able to answer but can't. Questions that reveal how much I've forgotten or chosen not to remember. The kitchen holds its secrets well. Every surface wiped clean, every object in its designated place, every trace of human messiness erased with chemical precision. But secrets have weight, and weight leaves impressions, and impressions can be read by those who know how to look. I'm learning how to look. The conversation ended with silence, not the comfortable silence of understanding, but the terrible silence of things that cannot be unsaid, cannot be undone, cannot be forgotten no matter how hard you try. The kind of silence that echoes in empty kitchens and makes refrigerators hum at frequencies that hurt to hear. I keep coming back because something is unfinished here. Something that requires witness, requires remembering, requires the kind of truth that only emerges when you stop running from it and start listening to what the silence is trying to tell you. The refrigerator hum reaches a higher frequency upon entry. It always has, it always will, until someone finally understands what it's trying to say. Story 9. The morning mist clung tightly to the ground, weaving through the dew-laden grass like a whispered secret. As the sun stretched its fingers over the horizon, a lone bicycle lay abandoned on the gravel path, its wheels still spinning lazily. The soft chirping of birds filled the air, but their song seemed tentative, as if hesitant to break the unusual stillness. Near the edge of the woods, a single glove hung from a low-hanging branch, swaying gently in a non-existent breeze, casting an unsettling shadow across the soil. Something was out of place, a subtle shift that stirred the air, leaving a chill that had nothing to do with the crisp morning. I know what happened that morning. I've replayed it in my mind thousands of times, each detail crystal clear, each moment perfectly preserved like insects trapped in amber. The facts are simple, really. My neighbor had gone for her usual morning ride, the same route she'd taken for months, leaving just after dawn when the world was still painted in soft grays and pale gold. She was predictable in her routines, methodical in a way that made her disappearance all the more jarring. The bicycle belonged to her, of course. I'd seen her wheeling it out of her garage countless mornings, adjusting the seat height with the same careful precision she applied to everything in her life. The spinning wheels told me she'd been there recently, maybe just minutes before I arrived. The momentum hadn't yet died, the spokes catching fragments of early sunlight as they turned. I was the one who found the scene, you see. I'd been walking my usual path through the park, the same route I'd taken every morning for the better part of a year. The gravel crunched beneath my feet with familiar comfort, and the air carried that clean, almost metallic scent that comes just after dawn. Everything should have been normal, routine, safe. The glove was hers too. I recognized it immediately, one of those expensive cycling gloves with padded palms and fingerless design. She'd shown them to me once, proud of her investment in proper gear. Safety first, she'd said, flexing her fingers to demonstrate the grip. Now it hung there like a surrender flag, empty and somehow accusatory. I called the authorities immediately. Stood there by that abandoned bicycle, my phone trembling in my hands as I described what I was seeing. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, asking me to stay put and not disturb anything. I obeyed, though every instinct told me to search the woods, to call her name, to do something other than just stand there watching those wheels gradually slow to a stop. The investigation moved quickly at first. Officers arrived within minutes, their cars disturbing the morning quiet with urgent efficiency. They photographed everything, measured distances, bagged the glove with careful precision. I answered their questions with the same clarity I felt about the entire situation. Yes, I knew her. Yes, this was her usual route. No, I hadn't seen anyone else in the area. They found her eventually, of course, not far from where the bicycle lay, deeper in the woods where the morning mist still clung to the undergrowth. She was alive but shaken, claiming she'd been grabbed from behind while adjusting something on her bike. A robbery attempt, she said. Someone had demanded her purse, her jewelry, anything valuable. She'd fought back, managed to break free, but in her panic had run blindly into the woods and gotten turned around. The story made perfect sense. These things happen, especially in areas where joggers and cyclists travel alone in the early hours. The police were satisfied with her account, filed their report, and increased patrols in the area. Case closed, essentially. A crime with a victim who survived, a perpetrator who escaped, and a community reminded to be more cautious. I should have been relieved. My neighbor was safe, relatively unharmed beyond some scratches and the psychological trauma of the attack. The familiar rhythm of our morning routines could resume. The park would return to its peaceful state, maybe with a few more early risers looking over their shoulders, but peaceful nonetheless. But something about that morning stayed with me, a persistent itch I couldn't quite scratch. Maybe it was the way those bicycle wheels had been spinning when I arrived, still moving with more momentum than seemed right if she'd already made it deep enough into the woods to get lost. Maybe it was how perfectly placed everything seemed, the bike positioned just so on the path, the glove hanging at exactly the right height to catch attention. I started paying closer attention to details I'd previously accepted without question. The way she described her attacker, for instance. Vague height, indeterminate build, wearing dark clothing and something covering his face. Generic enough to be anyone, specific enough to sound credible. When pressed for more details by the investigating officer, she'd grown agitated, claiming the trauma had made everything blur together. Her injuries bothered me too, though I felt guilty for even thinking it. A few scratches on her arms and legs, consistent with running through undergrowth, but nothing that suggested a real struggle. No defensive wounds on her hands, no bruising that would indicate being grabbed forcefully. The medical examiner had noted these things in passing, but in the context of her escape, they seemed to make sense. I found myself walking that same path more frequently, studying the terrain with new eyes. The spot where her bicycle had been wasn't actually visible from the main trail. Someone would have had to know exactly where to look or stumble across it by chance. The timing of my arrival seemed almost too convenient now, as if I'd been meant to find the scene at just the right moment. The woods themselves told a different story upon closer inspection. The area where she claimed to have been found showed surprisingly little disturbance for someone who'd spent hours wandering lost and panicked. The undergrowth wasn't trampled the way you'd expect from someone crashing through blindly. Instead, there seemed to be a fairly clear path, almost as if she'd walked calmly to that spot and simply waited. I began to notice other inconsistencies in her story, the weather that morning, for instance. She'd mentioned rain in her initial statement, claiming the wet ground had made her footing treacherous during her escape, but there hadn't been rain for several days before that morning. The ground was damp with dew, certainly, but not the muddy, slippery surface she'd described. Her behavior in the days following the incident struck me as odd too. Rather than the hypervigilance you'd expect from someone who'd been attacked, she seemed almost relaxed, even cheerful. She'd waved to me from her garden that very afternoon, calling out pleasantries about the weather as if nothing had happened. When I'd asked how she was holding up, she'd shrugged it off with an almost dismissive casualness. The more I thought about it, the more questions arose. Why had she been cycling alone so early, especially when she'd mentioned feeling unsafe in the area just weeks before? Why hadn't she carried the pepper spray she'd shown me, the one she claimed never to leave home without? Why had her phone been found in her back pocket, fully charged and functional, when she could have called for help at any point during her supposed hours of being lost? I started to wonder if I'd been played, manipulated into discovering a carefully staged scene. The thought made me feel foolish and paranoid, but I couldn't shake it. Had she known my morning routine well enough to time everything perfectly? Had she been watching from the woods, waiting for me to appear and play my role as the concerned neighbor who'd alert authorities? But if that were true, then why? What could she possibly gain from fabricating an attack? The attention seemed to make her uncomfortable rather than energized. She declined offers of counseling, refused suggestions that she take time off work, and generally seemed eager to move past the entire incident as quickly as possible. Unless the point hadn't been the attention at all, unless there was something else, something I was missing entirely. I began to reconsider everything I thought I knew about her, about that morning, about my own role in whatever had really happened. The bicycle had been expensive, I remembered now, much more expensive than her usual ride. She'd mentioned upgrading recently, investing in better equipment for longer distances. Insurance would cover theft, wouldn't it? Especially theft accompanied by assault and attempted robbery. The claim would be processed quickly, sympathetically, without too many probing questions. But that seemed like an elaborate scheme for a relatively modest payout. There had to be something more, something that would make the risk worthwhile. I found myself studying her house from my morning walks, noting details I'd previously ignored. New car in the driveway, subtle improvements to the landscaping, fresh paint on the shutters. Small changes, but they suggested disposable income I hadn't associated with her before. The glove haunted me most of all, not just its presence, but its condition. Clean, unstained, hanging at the perfect angle to catch morning light. If it had been torn off during a struggle, wouldn't it show some sign of violence? Wouldn't it be dirty, damaged, dropped rather than carefully placed on that branch? I started to suspect that I'd been chosen for this role, selected specifically because of my predictable routine and my relationship with her. Close enough to be credible as the person who'd find the scene, but not so close that my testimony would be questioned. The perfect witness to a perfectly orchestrated deception. But even as these thoughts crystallized, I found myself questioning my own motives for doubting her. Was I looking for inconsistencies because they were really there, or because some part of me wanted there to be a mystery? Had I become so accustomed to my quiet, routine existence that I was manufacturing drama where none existed? The possibility that I was wrong, that I was constructing an elaborate conspiracy from coincidence and misremembered details, seemed just as likely as any deception on her part. Memory is unreliable after all. Trauma affects everyone differently. Maybe the inconsistencies I was seeing were products of my own need to find patterns, to make sense of something that was simply random and unfortunate. I realized I'd been watching her house more frequently, timing my walks to coincide with her comings and goings. The behavior felt uncomfortably close to stalking, and I wondered if I was becoming the kind of person who created problems rather than solving them. Was I the real threat in this scenario, the neighbor whose suspicions had crossed the line into something darker? The morning mist still rises from that path, still weaves through the grass like whispered secrets. I walk there less frequently now, but when I do, I find myself stopping at the spot where the bicycle lay. The gravel looks the same, innocent and ordinary in daylight, but sometimes when the light hits it just right, I can almost see the impression of those spinning wheels, still turning with momentum that defies explanation. I never confronted her about my suspicions, never asked the questions that might have brought clarity or confirmation. Instead, I've carried them with me like stones in my pockets, growing heavier with each passing day. Because the truth is, I'm no longer sure what I believe, or whether belief itself is just another form of self-deception. The bicycle was replaced within a week, I noticed. Same model, same color, as if nothing had changed at all. She waves when she sees me now, but there's something different in her expression, a wariness that wasn't there before. Sometimes I wonder if she knows that I know, or thinks I know, or if we're both trapped in the same spiral of uncertainty, circling around a truth that might not even exist. The glove was never found, according to the police report I eventually requested. Taken as evidence, they said, though what evidence it might have provided remains unclear. I dream about it sometimes, hanging there in the morning mist, swaying in that impossible breeze. In my dreams, it's always just out of reach, and I'm never quite sure whether I'm trying to grab it or running away. Story 10. The fan blades ceased their steady rotation as my fingertips brushed the switch. The air, once gently circulating, now lay heavy and unmoving around me. My skin prickled, a subtle tension pressing against the stillness of the room. The familiar creak of the floorboards gave no comfort. Each sound felt muted, like a whisper trapped behind a wall. I gripped the edge of a chair, grounding myself, yet something in the quiet shifted. The gentle hum I'd come to rely on had vanished, leaving my senses adrift and unanchored. I knew what had happened in this room. I'd known it for months, accepted it as the truth that everyone else had settled on. My neighbor had taken her own life here in the apartment directly above mine. The police report was clear, the evidence straightforward. Depression, financial troubles, a history of medication changes. She closed all the windows, turned off the fan, and made her choice on a Tuesday afternoon while I was at work. The landlord had asked me to check the utilities before the new tenant moved in. Simple enough. I'd climbed those familiar stairs, used the spare key he'd given me, and stepped into the space where she'd spent her final hours. Everything looked exactly as I'd expected it would after the cleaning crew had finished. Bare walls, empty rooms, the lingering smell of industrial disinfectant trying to mask something deeper. But standing there in that silence, something felt wrong. I'd lived beneath her for 3 years. I knew the rhythm of her footsteps, the sound of her morning routine, the way she'd pace when she was on the phone. I knew she always kept that ceiling fan running, even in winter. She'd told me once that the white noise helped her sleep, helped her think. It was a constant presence, that gentle whirring above my head, as reliable as a heartbeat. So why had she turned it off? The question settled into my mind like a stone dropping into still water. I found myself staring up at those motionless blades, remembering how they'd been spinning when the police had first entered. I'd been standing in my own doorway, watching the commotion, when one of the officers had mentioned it. Fan was going full speed. he'd said to his partner. Had to turn it off to hear ourselves think. But that didn't match what I remembered from that day. I'd been home working from my kitchen table when the silence had first caught my attention. It was the absence of that familiar hum that had made me look up at my ceiling, wondering if she was all right. The quiet had felt strange, unnatural. I'd even considered knocking on her door to check on her, but I talked myself out of it. Privacy, boundaries, the usual excuses we make when our instincts try to tell us something. I walked through her empty living room, my footsteps echoing differently than they should have. The acoustics were wrong somehow. I'd been in this apartment before, helped her move furniture, shared coffee at her kitchen table. The sound had never bounced this way, never felt so hollow. The windows were all open now, but I remember the officer saying they'd been sealed shut when they'd arrived. She'd used tape around the edges, they'd said, but she'd never done that before, not in all the time I'd known her. She complained constantly about the building's poor ventilation, always had multiple windows cracked even in the coldest weather. I can't breathe in closed spaces, she told me more than once. I found myself questioning other details I'd accepted without thought. The medication bottles they'd found, lined up neatly on her bathroom counter. She'd been disorganized, scattered, the type of person who left pill bottles on random surfaces throughout her apartment. I'd seen them on her coffee table, her kitchen windowsill, even balanced on the arm of her sofa. The idea of her arranging them in a tidy row felt inconsistent with everything I knew about her habits. And then there was the matter of the note. It had been brief, typed on her computer, saved to the desktop with a timestamp from the early morning hours. But she'd been a handwriter, someone who still used paper grocery lists and wrote birthday cards with fountain pens. She'd complained about her laptop's keyboard, said it hurt her wrists. When she'd left me messages, they were always handwritten, slipped under my door on torn pieces of notebook paper. Standing in her bedroom, I tried to picture her final hours the way everyone else had reconstructed them. Sealing the windows, arranging her medications, typing a farewell message, turning off the fan she relied on for comfort. Each action felt like something performed by a stranger, not the woman I'd known. I started to remember our last conversation differently. She'd seemed distracted, yes, but not despairing. She'd been talking about her sister's upcoming visit, making plans to repaint her kitchen. She'd borrowed a book from me, promised to return it within the week. These weren't the concerns of someone preparing to leave the world behind. The more I stood in that silence, the more I realized how little attention I'd paid to the sounds from upstairs in those final days. I'd been distracted by my own problems, a work deadline that had consumed my focus. But now, forcing myself to remember, I could recall hearing unfamiliar footsteps, heavier than hers with a different rhythm. I'd assumed she had a guest, maybe her sister arriving early. But her sister had been out of state that entire week. I knew because I'd spoken to her at the memorial service, watched her struggle with guilt about not being there when it happened. So who had been walking around up there? I found myself examining the apartment with new eyes, looking for signs of things that didn't belong to her. The police had been thorough, but they'd been looking for evidence to support what seemed obvious. They hadn't been searching for proof of something else entirely. In the kitchen, I noticed scratches around the lock on the back door, fresh gouges in the metal that hadn't been there before. The door itself was slightly warped, as if it had been forced, but the police report made no mention of any break-in, no signs of struggle or intrusion. I thought about my own role in all of this, how readily I'd accepted the official explanation. I'd wanted to believe it was that simple, that tragic but understandable. It was easier than considering alternatives, easier than acknowledging that I might have failed someone who needed help. But what kind of help, and from whom? The afternoon light was fading as I stood in her living room, trying to piece together a different version of events. Maybe she hadn't been alone in those final hours. Maybe the person I'd heard walking around upstairs had been more than just a visitor. Maybe the careful staging of the scene, the uncharacteristic behaviors, had been someone else's work entirely. Or maybe I was constructing an elaborate fiction to avoid facing a simpler truth. Maybe I'd ignored obvious signs of her deteriorating mental state because acknowledging them would have required me to act, to get involved, to take responsibility for another person's well-being. The uncertainty was becoming unbearable. I realized that I might never know what really happened in this room, whether she'd made a choice or had that choice made for her. The evidence could support either interpretation, depending on which details you emphasized, which inconsistencies you dismissed. What haunted me most was the possibility that the truth lay somewhere between these extremes. Maybe she'd been struggling, vulnerable, and someone had taken advantage of that vulnerability. Maybe she'd been manipulated, coerced, pushed toward a decision she wouldn't have made on her own. Maybe her death was neither pure suicide nor clear murder, but something more complicated, more insidious. I turned the fan back on before I left, listening to its familiar hum fill the empty space. But even that sound seemed different now, less comforting than ominous. It reminded me of how much I hadn't heard, how much I'd chosen not to notice. As I locked the door behind me, I wondered about the new tenant who would soon move in. Would they hear the same sounds I'd grown accustomed to? Would they notice when the patterns changed? Would they pay attention to the details that I'd let slip